the court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
Okay, so the jury is coming in. We will hear the instruction, okay, that for the questions that they had. It's in regards to count 6, and we can go in greater detail once the judge is done.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought, and 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then.
Oh, okay. So that was in regards to count 6. They needed clarification on proving whether to go guilty or not guilty. No, he said they asked
All
for
right, thank you.
further
We're in recess.
clarification.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict,
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Hmm. Okay, so I'm just gonna. All right, let me just remove this over here now. All right. Mandy said, "Oh, did Boyce say they forgot to give them instruction?" No, this is an additional instruction, clarification in regards to proving the murder of Tammy Daybell, count 6. Wow. Let me just see if I can. I could just pull up like on the indictment on count 6. That it looks like they're really, if they're on count 6 already, we could have a verdict today, people. I mean, I'm just speculating, but uh definitely that was quick. That was very, very quick. I'm going to create another live. Okay, Chad was there wearing an ankle monitor. All of the attorneys were there. Um, I don't know. Like that, I don't know why they needed more clarification on that, to be honest. Okay. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and Boyce spoke about it with the attorneys. The court was drafted the omission instruction. In other words, Boyce says the new instruction will be number 42, which he just read. The best thing that I can do is go back and look at every. Yeah, it was missing. Yeah, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. It was definitely a missing instruction, and it was in regards to count 6. So the jury's on it. I mean, that's great. Okay. First degree murder of Tammy Daybell. Okay. Nothing major, just a clarification. A clerical error paperwork mistake. This definitely shows that the jury is on it. Wow. I don't know. Yeah. Yep. Definitely missing. That was definitely, yeah, it was missing. Yeah, I thought that he said it was a clarification, but you're right. He said it was a clarification for the missing instruction. Just a mishap. Exactly. Not an issue, just a mishap. Exactly. So, all right. Wow. Excitement. Exactly. They are not questioning the question or the instruction. They didn't have it. Exactly, Mandy. They just didn't have it at all. Wow. Phew. I hear you. Phew. There we go. Oh, wow. Yeah. Uh I am not completely on it. This happened so quick right now. They didn't give them the instructions. The jury inquired about it, and he now read it onto the record and gave it to the jury, and they took it back. They are still deliberating. They deliberated for 2.25 hours last night. They started at 8 a.m. in Ada County, which is 10 o'clock here in Eastern Standard Time. A half hour earlier than court starts, but that could be just because that's what they're used to, arriving at court at 8 o'clock anyway. Um, uh, the judge is keeping a live up. As you see, he did put the live up about an hour after. I think he did it at around 11 o'clock our time, which would have been like 9 o'clock in Ada County. He's keeping the live going the whole time that they're in deliberation, which means when they stop deliberating, that live will come down. What I'm going to do is create another live um, after I end this one. And I will pop back on every time there's a question like this. They're supposed to give us 30 minutes, but for that question, I saw no notification of anything. I was looking through the socials. I didn't see anything actually to indicate they were coming back in. Um the last thing, that I saw was like 23 minutes ago. Nate Eaton had said that everyone was in the hallway. Everyone who was in the courtroom is now in the hallway, and they have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remained closed to the public, which means that, that's when the judge was speaking to the attorneys in regards to the instruction and what was going to happen. But that happened quick. Just 17 minutes ago, they were allowed back into the courtroom. When Judge Boyce entered the courtroom, Nate Eaton had reported that the judge did say that the jury received that they received a jury question. The juries identified a missing instruction, and Boyce spoke about it with the attorneys, and the court has drafted the missing instruction, which is how instruction number 42 came about. The defense and the prosecution, of course, had to actually agree upon it, which was the delay in them. Actually, there was no objections. New instruction was read as we heard. It is in regards to count 6, Tammy Daybell's murder, which I am hoping for her family that there is some justice there and they go forward with a verdict. I watched closing for the treadmill case today. Oh, yesterday? Yeah. Ouch. Oh, that's such a sad case. I'm hoping they have a verdict on that one today, too. Apparently, that a-hole would abuse his son when his mother dropped him off late or if he was mad at the mother. I can't. I cannot stand those kind of cases with children. That was such a sad case, Mandy. Oh my God. Oh. All right. Yeah, Katie, they are moving quite quick. Yeah. I mean, they seem determined. I mean, if you think about it, you know, damn, I'm gonna show you something that I was gonna bring this up before. Let me just I'm gonna show you something that Nate had posted um earlier today, and just to show you what we've all been through together in the last 30 some odd days of testimony. Okay. Let me get them all up so that I can show you. Made these lovely slides and okay. All right. We'll bring up one at a time. Looking at this, okay, state witnesses, we had 67. That is just the first 43. That's the end, or it ends with Nicholas Edwards. 67 state witnesses in this case. 67 state witnesses. In contrast, the defense had 11 witnesses. Starting with Emma Murray, of course, starting with the 3 family members, Garth Daybell, Forrest Fisher, Joseph Murray. And then, of course, we did also have an additional, on top of the 67, we had another 6 rebuttal witnesses at the end of the trial. Okay, so 67 and 6, we had 73 witnesses for the state and 6 witnesses for the defense. That I just wanted to get that on record. I think that they did a great job pulling that all together. And wow. Thank you to East Idaho News and Nate Eaton for that. But I just wanted to get those copies up there. I am definitely going to let this run for a while. It is 1:21 here on the East Coast, which means it is only 11:30 in Idaho. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the screen up for a little while, and I'm going to come back in about, let's just say 2 hours. okay? Or an hour, if you guys want to talk some more. I'm gonna go do some more research. Okay. And damn, that was exciting. I don't know if we're gonna get another question or a verdict, but I'll be back. Thank you all. Um, if you if this stream goes down, you will see a new one start, okay? And it'll be pending. But thanks all for jumping on. One more thing that Mandy said. I always wonder if they vote on all counts and if they agree on all, and they put those aside and then they address the ones they have questions on and really deep dive in. You know what? That makes the most sense, doesn't it, Mandy? That should be the order. Okay. All right. I will see you guys all in a little bit. Yeah, I got excited too, Mousy, but yeah, my blood is pumping. It's pumping so hard I couldn't even think. All right. I'll be back. Hello, hello. As some of you are in the chat, we do have about a 30-minute wait. Um, but since so many of you are in the chat, I thought that you'd like to talk. I know I would. Um, I agree with Liam in the chat that he just posted. A coming back so quick after that question, it's not a good look for the defendant. Coming back this quick on a verdict is never really a good sign for the defendant from what I have seen, you know. You called in emotional support pedals. Yes. Did you message Juju? I was just about to. I did send a message off to Mandy. I am trying to tag Mark, but I can't get his channel ID. Ay ay ay. I wanted to let him know. I'm trying to look farther up. Hmm. Is anybody able to get farther up into the chat to find Mark? So I'm trying to get his channel ID so that I can tag him on my community post. He was here much earlier in the day. Let me see. Oh. Mark. Let's see if I could find his if I can find him. Mm. Hmm. I'm not having any luck. But anyway, I wanted to let him know, I said I would. Let's just hope. Okay, let me look through. I think he did post on my community tab before. And if I can get there. Hey, Mandy. Mm. Mm. Oh. Although cashews are they should be. Oh, cashews are toxic or non-toxic, right? Hi, T King. Yes, Mark Caesar is. That's. Thank you, Mousy, for messaging Juju. What a day. Like, I'm a little scattered. I'll be honest with you. Someone very close to me is having a hospital procedure, and I've been like bouncing all over the place this morning. So, not going to give out any details, but that's why I seem a little scattered. I do apologize. But this is very exciting, and I want to I can't believe this verdict is coming in so soon. I thought perhaps by Friday. Remember, Lori Vallow's trial, it was only 2 days. Okay. This is going into the second day, although yesterday was only two and a quarter to 2.5 hours. Remember, they they ended court a little after 3 something. They dismissed the jury. By the time the jury got settled into the jury room, they started their deliberations at approximately 4:30, according to the reporting that they got right from the court administrator. I trust Nate Eaton. If the court administrator is speaking with him and telling him, and they come into the room and make announcements, he accurately reports it. So he said they started deliberating at around 4:30. that would be Mountain Time, and that they ended at about 6:45, right before 7 o'clock. That is when Judge Boyce took down his feed, so I do believe that that is, appropriate. I did make a community tab for some of the questions that were asked. They have been sequestered either at the court in the jury deliberation room and or in their hotel rooms, period. Besides transport by the court appointed bailiffs that were sworn in to keep them sequestered. There were 6 of them, and they rotate, I believe, 3 on at a time, to handle all 17 jurors, including the alternates. The alternates are not in the room deliberating, although they are kept sequestered in a separate part. They do get to come to the courthouse each day, but they are kept sequestered or in their hotel rooms. This is happening quite quick. We did get the reading of an instruction on count 6, which was the first degree murder of Tammy Daybell in the amended indictment. And there were basically 5 elements that needed to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Just in a nutshell, we'll just recap that very quickly. What Judge Boyce read out, and I have his exact words, but I'm not going to go into great detail. But basically, number 1, that on October 18th or 19th of 2019, in the state of Idaho, the defendant Chad Daybell did engage in conduct or did aid, abet, or advise or procure another to engage in conduct which did cause the death of Tamara Daybell. And then number 4 was with malice aforethought as to the murder was willfully and deliberate premeditated killing. And then he defined to the jury premeditated means to consider beforehand to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. And that there does not have to be a predetermined uh, appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. However, a mere um, eh, unconsiderable or rash impulse, even in thought, if the thought does include the intent to kill, is not exactly premeditation. So there was some, defining on that. He also went into the definition of aiding and abetting. It is determined as all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding and abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of all the crimes. Um, and then he went in to say that all of the elements of 1 through 4 needed to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and uh, number 5 to be found guilty. And that reasonable doubt was there, and that if they found it, it must be guilty. But if they did not, it must be not guilty. And they're coming back pretty quick. Um, we've waited a long time for this day, or to get justice for Tammy Daybell's family, if not her, for her children, for her sisters, her brothers, her mother, her father, her cousins, for everyone at the school that worked with her, all of the loved ones that have thought something was wrong and that her untimely death was not natural causes. Uh, they've waited a long time. For Larry and Faye Woodcock, who are you know, in the actual courtroom waiting on this. It should be noted that no one was there for the defendant yesterday in closing arguments. And today, I don't know if anybody's going to be there for the reading of the verdict. It has been said that they did consider that Chad's children would show for the sentencing if he is found guilty. But as of right now, I'm not seeing any reporting that anyone has come forward to be there. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, Nate or one of the others. It is kind of a coincidence that on May 12th of 2023, last year, Lori Vallow's verdict came in at 1:03 p.m. after 2 days of deliberation on the second day. On the second day here for Chad Daybell, they're coming in at 2 p.m. Very simple. There are many law enforcement officers filling into the courtroom, getting ready to listen to this verdict. Nate Eaton is actually reporting on Twitter and on his feed, his East Idaho news feed, that several police officers and other investigators are in the courtroom, but every single seat in the courtroom is being filled. It's quite packed. This is a very short deliberation. About 5 hours and 54 minutes today. They started at 8 a.m. There was a breaks, of course, you know. Hey, Mandy, I'm glad you made it. Liz, Commander, it's good to see you. Sandra, hello. Sue Elliott, hello. I didn't get to say hi to everybody. And yeah, all I can think of is poor JJ, you know, um, Tylee's aunt and her brother Colby, Vicky Holbins in Colby Ryan, for Tylee, and also for JJ Vallow, the Woodcocks, so many people waiting for this day to get a verdict, to hopefully get some justice. I did not see Sarah, Mandy. I don't know how to contact her. If you do, please. I'm sure she wants to know if she's following. I did not see her this morning. I don't believe either. When the question came up, uh, I'm sure she's following somewhere. Mm. I have not seen her. Uh, mm. And I was trying to get a hold of Mark Caesar too. Yes, I was thinking about the whole community there in Rexburg, especially in regards to Tammy Daybell. Listen, in the courtroom, of course, there's Larry and Kay Woodcock. Heather and Matt Daybell are there. Yeah. 5 hours and 45 minutes today, plus 2 hours and 15 minutes yesterday. But we're talking like less than 9 hours of deliberation. Ron Douglas, Tammy Daybell's father, is in the courtroom. Samantha William, Tammy's sister, and her husband Jason, who testified, are in the courtroom. Mike Douglas, Tammy's brother, is in the courtroom. Other family members of the Daybells, Tammy Daybell, are there also. But Heather and Matt are there. Heather testifying. Yeah. Also, Nate had posted this picture of what, not to be foreshadowing, but Nate Eaton had posted this link to what the Idaho execution center looks like, chamber looks like. They actually have a list in the Idaho Department of Corrections. They do have all of the information there. I don't know when the last execution happened in Idaho, but actually, to be clear, the death penalty phase of this will happen after. It is a separate part. This is just the verdict. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mindy. I appreciate that. Hello, Lacey. Lacey, what they had was closing arguments. I do have everything time stamped as far as the state, the defense, and the rebuttal. But basically, we had a few more rebuttal witnesses. There were 6 rebuttal witnesses between Friday and Monday. And then yesterday we finished up with closing arguments, and it went to the jury by the afternoon. They deliberated for like 2 hours and 15 minutes. They deliberated some this morning, and we've got a verdict. I do believe that they are actually adding, when he says 5 hours and 54 minutes, he may be adding all of the time together. That might be the total. Can you imagine having your guilt actually or non-guilt decided in less than 6 hours by 12 people? That's quick. That is very, very quick. I'm rather surprised. I really thought tomorrow would be the verdict, or perhaps at the end of the day. But it seems like once they got that jury instruction on Tammy Daybell, they pretty much decided, which kind of indicates to me that all the other counts they had already agreed upon. The other part that Judge Boyce did mention in instruction 42 that he read was that if they do decide that he has met all of the elements, that they must be unanimous in their guilty vote. Hi, you are Victoria. Welcome. Yeah. Oh. I know. I can look on my. Let me look on my community tab to see if he had made any comments. Oh, I know. He was at this live. Okay, hold on. All right. I'm still trying to locate Mark. Hi, Sean. Okay. Is this gonna actually go to channel? Please give me his channel. Aha, I got him. All right, I can tag him on the back of my community tab. Now I was just like, I said that I would, so I'm like very concerned that I'm not doing something that I said I would do. Okay. I'm hoping that if I do an actual tag that you should get a notification. So I'm just hoping that happens. Okay. All right. Let's just hope. Okay. It didn't come up blue though. Let's just see. Maybe it's because I have to okay. I can't get it to even. Oh, there it does. Now it is. Okay, there it is. Maybe now it'll be blue and he will see it. I think I got it finally. Yes. Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. Sorry about that. Commander, yes, also the jury is out on deliberation on the Trump trial. Yes, we were talking about that during the break before, after the judge was finished doing instruction 42. I am tearing up this trail mix. I'm so nervous. It's cashew, cranberry, and almond. I do love that one. Yes, I have one very similar in a big plastic cup. Yep. Hello, Sean. Hey, Juju's here. Okay. I'm glad, Mousy, thank you for taking care of that. Like, I'm glad you got the message through to her. I wonder, Mandy, also if Tammy was the last one they were discussing. You know. Yep. I am. I'm thinking it was because they coming back so quick afterwards. You know, I'm kind of glad I left the stream up. I was thinking, hey, Mark, I've been trying to get a hold of you. I'm so glad that you're here. I did tag you. I finally got the tag to work on the back. I'm glad that you made it and you got your notification, hopefully. We have a verdict. It's going to be read in another 12 minutes. They said 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock MDT time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, which is like what very early in the morning for you. Yeah, I agree, says Juju. This was fast decision, and although I believe it will be just and right, I could have gone for a bit more deliberation and consideration. It does what it does. Yes, because you don't want it over. You don't want anybody saying, "Oh, they were biased from the start. They knew what they were going to do. Like they didn't even look at the evidence or whatever." You don't want to really give any opportunity for it to be overturned. So I get that. Like, but then again, they were here for 31 days of testimony, Juju, and they are thinking the whole time. And if they came in there and they all heard the same thing, and if they're in agreement, they're in agreement. I mean, they heard what they heard. They saw what they saw. And that's all they need to do. And if that can happen quickly, I mean, it is possible. Yep. 15 minutes. Thank you. Sean says that Fish says the banner looks good. Listen, this was all Rocket Couch reminded me. Okay. And yeah, he definitely reminded me uh that I should get it up there. Definitely. That it was also helped to know whether the live was still going, which I hadn't considered. So it was a very valid point. In speaking of, I am actually tagging him onto the same one. The same message that I put out to Mark, because he also wanted to know. Oh, and I just want to make sure he gets it too. What is with this whole thing with tagging on the community tab is like crazy today. It's just not going. Thank you, Mousy. I've never been so ready for a verdict. You, whoa. You haven't seen the closings yet? Go back and listen to Lindsey. And make sure you're comfortable if you try to listen to Pryor. That was rough. Pryor's closing actually had me concerned. It gave me anxiety, Juju. Oh, the angle that he took, and that's all I'll say. I don't want to spoil it for you. I know it is Chad Daybell, but it's a man's life at stake, so that deserves respect and consideration. I watched the trial too, so I believe I am with them. Yeah. Mark, I'm so glad you got some sleep. That is so good. I'm glad that you got some sleep, and I'm glad that you made it here for the verdict. And I'm glad all of you are here, actually, that you've been here to keep me going like during the trial. Yes, did you get it from my community tab, Rocket Couch? Because man, was it giving me trouble. And Mark, I don't know if you got one through the community tab also, because I tried to tag you there. Hmm. Wow. My stomach too, Mandy. I feel you. My anxiety is like lit. I'm glad you made it, Couch. We've got another 8 minutes. It's 3:52. 8 minutes, right, Liz? Yes. And for those of you that came for the jury instruction reading, thank you so much. That was a live that I had to just push that button right away. I'll probably do some cleanup. I actually no, I'm not. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. It happened the way it happened, and we're gonna have the verdict. Um, I'm going to actually drop the link for after the verdict. If anybody does want to come up to speak, you're all well. All of you are welcome. Um, but no pressure. It's not required, obviously. Yeah. Sparkling water, Juju. I know it's a Thursday, right? Yeah. You didn't see the notification on the I woke up about 15 minutes ago and there we go. I had to get on the computer so I can comment. Okay, so it didn't tag you. I know I was having trouble making it go blue. Um I'm going to keep trying because I want to make sure that that actually works for the future for others. Rocket got his, but yours was blue and then it wasn't blue. And I know there's like numbers 444. Oh, there's your picture. Okay, I'm making it blue again, and I'm gonna see. Yeah, see, as soon as I made that one blue, it made Rockets not blue. It's so weird what's going on with this damn thing. Oh, I'll tell you what, like YouTube's giving me a fit today. Okay, now they both should be blue from the community tab. I want to know if you refresh, if you get a message in your little bell thing at the top of your YouTube there. Mark, I'm talking to you. I'm sorry. I should have said, Mark, that was for you. We need to set up one of those text lines for the next trial to send out mass text when the verdict is in. Yes, because not everybody's in the Discord. I thought about just posting in the Discord. Which you know what? I better go do that right now, like in the Daybell room. Just tag everybody. Thank you very much for that comment there, Mousy, because you're reminding me. But not everybody. We have a verdict being read in 5 minutes. There we go. That would be for everybody in the Discord. Well, that doesn't work. Yep, you did get the notification. Okay, good, Mark. Then I know that in some ways I can do that because everybody who talks in the chat has a channel ID. Okay, so if I can like make an announcement on the community tab that way, that would work. That would be something, Couch. If you could assign subscribers to groups on YouTube, then you could just tag at live trial people or something like that. That would be fantastic. Yeah. Tomorrow kiddo did go to bed. They were here earlier and then they went to bed. I hate that people who were here the whole time may miss this live. This is true. However, the great thing is I'm going to go back and timestamp everything and they can go right to the verdict instead of the hours that we left the stream up. They can, I'll timestamp the instruction 42 reading, and then also just the waiting period, and then also, hey Sarah, I'm glad you made it, and then I'll also timestamp where the verdict is. so it'll be easy for them to catch up, you know. Yeah, I did post it in Discord, Choo based on like Mousie's reminding me. Yeah. You did get a notification. Thanks for. Oh, good. So you got a community tab notification case. Okay, thank you. So then, without even pinning people, some people will get community tab notifications if that works. So I did post it on the community tab. So that should have went out that I made the post. With this trial over, I'm going to be lost. Oh, why, Mark? What's the matter? There'll be another trial. We still have Sarah Boone coming up. As a matter of fact, right now, today, we've got a Koberger hearing going on that's going on for hours. And I'll still be doing my regular content on Tuesday nights and Sunday. And I might even just, I was thinking about taking a break, though. But you know what? I don't know. You just miss hanging out. I'm kind of flattered that you miss hanging out, having coffee with us. Like, at least I hope that's what it is. Yeah, it's odd, right, Juju? Suddenly having a large vacancy in your free time. Yeah. Mm. I do hope you can get some sleep, though, Mark. Like, I hate that we were interfering with your sleep at all because you don't get enough as it is. I'm glad you made it, Sarah. Mindy, I'm glad you're here too. Mm. It's weird. The only place I get community tab notices is on my phone after I updated my app. Yes, you were saying that. I was going to tell everybody that if you update your phone app, you have, notifications, all notifications on. You have to actually hit the all on the bell, and then you should get community tab notifications too. I know I do. Okay. Oh, the Kohlberger trial. I can't wait for that one. I need to save money so I can watch that whole thing start to finish. Yeah, so you don't have to go to work. Take some vacation time for the whole time. Hey, Shill, how are you? Good to see you. You know? And yes, everybody, now that we all have the free time because the verdict is coming in, let Claire know me when you are free for the discussion in Discord on jury on Liam's jury experience in what happens in the UK. I'd like to do that tomorrow if everybody can agree on a time, and Liam, if you're free, that would be great. You did see the notification? Great, Shill. Awesome. I'm glad the notification's working for at least some. Hi, Anna. I'm glad you made it back. Yeah. Commander, just don't hit the link until after the verdict is read. If you're planning on coming up, and that goes for everybody. I'm not going to bring anybody up until after the verdict is read. Yes, Sarah, there is a Discord. It is for collaborating creators and for members of it's one of the perks of membership for the channel. We have a Discord that has a room for every case that we cover on true crime. It also has rooms for all of the shows like Mayhem and Am I the Asshole and even my political review, my Black Mirror series, all of that. We also do game nights. We have casual conversations. We have fun. I post corny questions to everybody and tag everyone. We also have some games like OWO and Pokemon and things like that to entertain people. Let's just say it's a mishmash of a lot of different things, but it's a great little community. It is full of creators from YouTube, small and large. It also is a lot of it is also the members and also all my moderators. If you're a moderator on the channel, of course you're in the Discord because that's where we discuss, channel stuff. And yes, Sarah, did you hear about Pryor has a criminal record? Yes, I did.
And it happens to be for SA. Yes. Yeah. Mm. I did. I wasn't going to mention it during the trial, but I talked to Mindy about it. I sent it to her. Obviously, I had to tell somebody. So I was behind the scenes talking to Mindy about that because I was shocked. Yes. But actually, yep, a 19-year-old prospective client, nonetheless, and something about bartering and trade, and yeah. I'll get you guys the details. I'm gonna post it in the Discord. Yeah. I didn't want to jade anyone. I thought that was too prejudicial. Look at me being responsible. I actually thought it was too prejudicial. We were all very much um because there was a settlement, okay? And hmm, Mary, we don't have the verdict yet. They're going to be reading it any minute. They're not up yet. Oh, here they are. Just for you. Here we go. Okay. Judge is not there. He's probably conferring with the jury or taking care of business, but we're getting ready. I do see Lindsey has joined them. She was not there. Lindsey Blake was not there for the instruction 42 reading. But I do see Rob Wood. I see Lindsey. I see Rocky Wixom. I see Ingrid Batey. I see John Pryor looking very stoic. I see Chad Daybell in his awful tacky yellow tie. I cannot stand that tie. All right, George is here.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started.
Take your time, Judge Boyce. We'll wait for you. Pryor isn't even looking at Chad. Look at him. He's not look, he looks very sour. You are right, Mousy. Do you mean John Pryor? I just blew up my screen so I could see. Mary, you did say that earlier, didn't you? You said we would have a verdict today, and there we do. We absolutely do. I'm excited, and my anxiety is through the roof. I'm just gonna have to eat crackers all day. Like, ooh, this is no good. I feel for you guys. Remember, breathe. Did Can you believe the look on his face, Juju? He knows that a quick decision is, in most cases, not very good for the defendant. It also means he didn't do a very
Okay,
good job.
we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present. The state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Batey. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
Look at the shoulder alignment of Chad Daybell. He's literally turned away from John Pryor, even how he's holding his head.
Here's all present accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, Liam. I corrected it. Hopefully it's better now.
All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson.
We cannot hear the jury.
Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, Is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Wow. They're going to start the sentencing phase in 1 hour. They're going to start it. I have no idea what actually how that is laid out. I do believe it involves, because the jury is sequestered, it is actually going to involve instructions to the jury in regards to sentencing, because of the death penalty, on whether or not they're unanimous or not. That's to the application. No, Liam, they're coming back in an hour to start sentencing, and the jury needs to vote unanimously for the death penalty. Here in Idaho, in America, that is the second part of the process. Just because he was found guilty doesn't mean they are going to actually apply the death penalty. That part's going to happen within the hour, and I believe that the judge is putting that through because the jury is sequestered and to honor their time. So there will be further instruction to the jury, I believe, within that hour. The jury is part of the sentencing in the death penalty cases. In capital punishment, a jury needs to unanimously say that they want the death penalty as part of the sentencing. Hey, Karen, I'm glad you made it. Okay. Okay, so let me see if I could get you some more information on that. Okay, let's see if it can get me on the process. Okay. In Idaho, the jury's role in the death penalty process is to decide the sentence after the defendant is convicted of first-degree murder. If the prosecution seeks the death penalty, the jury must unanimously agree that there is at least one aggravating factor in the case. During the penalty phase of the trial, the jury reviews both aggravating and mitigating evidence. Additional evidence may also be presented at a separate sentence hearing. So because this jury is sequestered, I do believe that he is going forward because in consideration for them. That's the first. Okay, the jury must return a verdict of either death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. If the jury is unable to reach a unanimous verdict, also known as a hung jury, the defendant will automatically be sentenced to life in prison without parole for at least 10 years and possibly for life. There is no retrial in the event of a hung jury. The Idaho Supreme Court will then automatically review a death penalty sentence imposed by trial courts. It will go to the Supreme Court of Idaho. After all appeals have been exhausted, or if the defendant chooses to drop their objections, the state must request the judge issue a death warrant, and lethal injection is the primary method of execution in the state of Idaho. This is happening fast. I'm sure, I would hope that Chad's knees are shaking right now, but what we do have is guilty on all counts. Even count 4, that there was a problem. Even count 5, that there was a question. Justice, regardless of the sentence, life in prison or the death or death by lethal injection, has been served. The families, my heart for the families right now, for everyone who loved JJ, for everyone who loved Ty Lee, for everyone who loved Tammy. This is amazing. I'm sorry. I need a moment. I'll be right back. I need a moment. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. I'm sure you all understand. Okay. Liam's right. When it comes to justice, this is about justice and not retribution. It's not an eye for an eye. It is about the grave indifference. When they talk about aggravating and mitigating circumstances, they have to show that there was grave indifference to life here. One of the mitigating factors is the quantity or the amount of the crimes. And because there are 3 murders, all in first degree, convicted, guilty now, that is an aggravating factor, a mitigating circumstance that qualifies for death penalty. Okay. The malice or intent, which, because they have actually determined first degree murder, they have already determined was present and proven by the state, that it was intention and malice and disregard for human life. So, I think that Liam, I think you're correct, because with those 2 points being made, they only need one, and those 2 are met. Those aggravating and mitigating circumstances do qualify for the death penalty. And I think if they were so unanimous in every single count and it came back so quickly, I guess it's just going to also be about human nature a little bit here and how we all feel about, an eye for an eye and the death penalty in general. But during voir dire, they were asked during jury selection how they felt and whether it was going to be an issue, because it was a capital death penalty case. It did come up in jury in the jury selection process, and everybody had to be of an open mind and willing to go there if necessary. And it looks like this jury is prepared quickly. They also knew that once they came in with the guilty verdict, that they would be asked about the death penalty right away. And I'm sure they're already prepared. I'm sure that the judge just asked a few basic questions because he's coming back in an hour. Well, in 45 minutes now. Yeah, Juju, that is a that's a totally different conversation. I'm of two minds about it, actually. Mark Caesar, I really don't think it's fair that it's the job of the jury to decide whether a death sentence is appropriate or not. Just my thoughts. You know what? I'm kind of with you on that. I wouldn't want to be on a jury that has to do it. I could tell you that because I waver back and forth constantly. However, I would rather it be 12 people deciding than one. I think the burden, when spread out across the group, gives them the ability to make that decision. I think it's completely unfair for it to be on one person's shoulders, and that would be a judge, right? And wow, it's supposed to be here in America, you are judged by a group of your peers, a jury. And if they say it's severe enough to go for the death penalty, then that group should also be the ones that weigh in on it. They heard the evidence. They saw the defendant face to face for 31 days of trial and testimony and evidence. I think that perhaps in this situation, they are the best ones to determine that. Not just a judge, not just a lawyer, not just a system that predetermines it. I think having it as a separate part is the best way. Although I do agree with Juju that the death penalty in itself is cruel. Here we are convicting someone of murder and saying that it's wrong what they did, and we want to turn around and do it. Some would call that old-fashioned justice, the way that it used to be, an eye for an eye, kind of along the lines, if you were caught stealing, you lost a hand. If you were calling, lying, or spreading rumors or defaming, your tongue was cut out. And if you murdered someone, you were killed. It is archaic, but on the other hand, and I don't say this lightly, with all the injustice and all the horrible things that I have seen done to innocent people that don't deserve it in this world, there has to be some balance. There has to be something to hold over their heads that is horrifying so that these things can stop happening. And although I don't think the death penalty actually prevents these horrible things from happening, in some small way, and I don't say this lightly, it gives me comfort to know they can't do it again. It gives me comfort that they don't get to sit in a cell and be fed and taken care of and have rights that they took away from others with no regard. So when I tell you I'm of two minds, now you know why. I understand that killing anyone is wrong. It doesn't sit well with me. But what these horrible, horrible individuals do to others is even more wrong. And there needs to be something out there to prevent them from doing it. Some kind of thing to hold over their head. And if it's the taking of their freedom in their life, if the taking of their freedom doesn't do it, because they get clothed and warmth and food, they even can go for an education. They even get like healthcare. They even get more rights here in America than the average citizen does. It's unbelievable. And I don't like that my tax-paying dollars would be feeding Chad Daybell. I don't want my tax-paying dollars to be putting a roof over his head, warming his bones, or entertaining his being in any way. with television and rights and exercise and the ability to study, have visitors, enjoy himself in what limited capacity he was. I know it's not fun in prison, but he gets to enjoy a life that he took away from others. And I don't think that's right either. So yeah, I'm of two minds. Yeah. I can't decide either way, and I'm just glad I'm not on the jury. Is it more expensive? Probably, maybe because of the medications. And I guess it is. Mark's question here, it says, wait, wrong question. Why is it all coming up? There it is. Hold on. I've heard that it's more expensive to have a person executed on death row than it is to have a person in prison for life. Maybe I'll have to research that. I really will. Yep. I don't want my paid tax pounds to pay for nuclear armaments in my country, but life ain't fair. And I get that, Liam. Like I said, I'm of two minds. I really am. I can understand why some people. I can understand why it's such a heated debate, because I myself am heated in my debate with myself. And that's why, like, I value all of your opinions, and I'm not going to discredit anything that any of you say. That is just my opinion of it. I'm of two minds. I do understand both sides of it. I understand where people are coming from, and I don't think less of anyone who has either opinion, actually, because they're strong, measured, and well thought out opinions. And even those of you who feel like I do, they it doesn't seem fair either way, and I could go either way on each case. On any different day, I could go either way. I am not comfortable with taking the life of anyone. It's not a comfortable situation, but you know what? It's not supposed to be a comfortable decision. It's not supposed to be easy. It shouldn't be. It should not be at all. Like, you know? Robski, hello, welcome. I agree. I do not believe Chad will not be the top of the food chain in prison. I don't think he'd have it so cushy. I hope not, if he does get life in prison. But here's the other thing. He is a prophet. In most people with all that time in prison, how many of them find religion and reform? He could just build another cult, and that is my fear. He could just build a following and feed that ego even more. Like, wow. That part is scary also for me. That Lori or Chad has any influence over anyone at all. Yeah, I'm looking for the statistics, Anna, Mark, Juju. I'm looking for it because I know that a lot of the argument says that, but I have not seen the actual, dollars and cents to prove it. And I do believe they are pulling from the one article I did find that talks about the length of time that they're there before the death penalty. Okay, and that all of the appeals process and all the steps that have to be taken, the automatic appeal, the cost to the state, the numerous appeals that are made over and over again in regards to the death penalty. Okay, the defendant can appeal several times, and these things are dragged out. So I think that that's all added in. I don't think they're talking about the actual execution. They add everything in, which makes it, yes, it does cost more. Actually, it absolutely does. And it's a very long, arduous process. It doesn't happen quickly. Oh, Lucy, that's a good question. Okay. Lucy Zerong asks, I missed Lori's trial. Why was the death penalty taken off the table for her? It was due to late and untimely filings by the state prosecution. It was added as a penalty to them because of Lori having a break in actual. Lori wanted a quick trial. Okay. In America, you can actually opt out of that, but everyone is entitled to a timely process. And it has dates involved with it. There are certain dates that have to be met when you don't opt out. Lori's got a little convoluted and complicated because Lori was actually, Judge Boyce, due to her conduct in the court, sent her for an evaluation to see if she was fit to stand trial. And she failed. And they held her in a facility for a while. So there was all of this time in between where she was not competent. And in Idaho, not competent doesn't mean you don't face the charges. It means Idaho waits until you can show up and then they charge you anyway. And that, the time stops until you are competent. Okay. And that's what happened. I was just looking something. The prosecution kind of dropped the ball on a couple of mandatory filings to go forward for that process to continue, and they missed it by weeks or days, and that was the penalty. It had to be removed. That's how they solved it. The defense is going to squawk about it, okay, that she's being denied her due process and blah, blah, yada, 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 but it was fair. It was what had to happen. But that's how Lori is now got all those life sentences and will never get out, but that's what happened. Yes, Juju, me too. Like, you don't get away with anything. You're just waiting until we're waiting for you. When you get out, we'll be here. Yeah. Because you're going to sit in that mental institute until you're well enough, and then you're going to jail and facing these charges. You're gonna go right into the county like Lori did until she could face her charges. Well, yeah, that was a good question. I think Chad Daybell is 55 or 56 based on the last that I saw. Part of the expense comes from not being able to kill an unhealthy person. That means extra suicide watch plus doctors. I agree, Liam. That is also the additional charges, costs. Yeah. Liz says, I am just glad whatever happens next is that he is guilty on all counts and will at least not likely ever get out of prison and hurt society again. Yes, because the only alternative to the death penalty is life in prison. And if they are not unanimous in the death penalty, they will automatically get life in prison based on those charges. How many life sentences he gets? Well, we'll hear from Judge Boyce on that. Katie has a good question in regards to what he can do in prison. Okay, let me just pull this one up. I wanted to address this. Will he be allowed to write books in prison in profit form? He can write all he wants, but he won't be allowed to profit from them. In the state of Idaho, we'll secure those funds for the victims and for any penalties, but he is not allowed to profit or benefit from his story of the crimes. Now, Pryor will probably argue that he should still be allowed to be a prophet, but we'll see. I'm going to be following to see if he does anything like that. He's not supposed to be able to benefit from these crimes in any way. Well, sorry about the. Oh. Hmm. He can't make money off the crime. Mouse is correct. Anna, you're correct too. We just talked about that the other day, so I'm glad you brought it up again, Katie. I just want everybody to know that we did look at that. You know, he can't profit from being he can't profit from being a jailhouse prophet either. Exactly, Liam. And let's hope he doesn't. Like, yeah. He's gonna have a problem even as a jailhouse prophet. I have heard that in prison they don't take kindly to people doing things to children. Mm, the innocent. So we'll see. We will never really get the truth of the matter. You're absolutely right, Juju, and that is every single case. We never know. We're not in the minds of the murderer. We don't even know how the murders were actually committed. We only have the end result. But I am glad that we have laws that still hold them accountable for it. Can you imagine if we had, without any knowledge, how many people would get off on actually taking the lives of others in a case like this? Publishers, you're right, Liam. Other people can make money off of him and probably will. It'll be a feeding frenzy. I'm sure people will be making money off this. Deep State says when people declare themselves religious prophets, they're lying. And you know what? The LDS Church agreed with you. They said Chad cannot declare himself a prophet. It's not within their faith. Chat check trying the new toy. I don't know what new toy you're talking about, Sean, but I hope it's working. Mandy says, true, Liam. But Gypsy Rose Blanchard, convicted murderer, is a damn celebrity right now. I don't understand that at all. Like, she went away to jail. She didn't even stay as long. She convinced the boyfriend to do it, and then she gets out earlier, and I don't understand this. And she's living the high life right now. Like, I don't get it. She actually connived the murder of her mother. That's so I don't understand that one at all. I'm flabbergasted about that. I really am. Religion equals prophecy for profit. Bingo, Mark. It's just a money-making machine. And why people listen, I'm all for belief. And everybody, come at me if you will. But I have an issue with organized religion. Organized religion leads to really, really bad things. In my experience, in what I have seen, I don't see any good outcomes. Okay, it leads to arrogant leaders, forcing of money, judgment beyond all reasonable, us versus them mentality. I could go on and on, but that's a whole different conversation. Anybody wants to have it with me? Someday, just hit me up in DMs, man. I will go live in the library chat to discuss that all day long till the cows come home. Because that really burns my butt. I'm all for belief. If you want to believe in God, believe in God. If you want to believe in doing right, in the good thing, and Jesus' teachings in whatever, in regards of being good people, hell to the yeah, I'm all for it. I personally don't believe that a higher being like that exists, but I'm not going to judge anybody who does. But you get involved in organized religion and you just start doing this you're better than everybody else routine, that doesn't sound like piety to me. Yeah. Yeah, and he had really tough restrictions at first. And on appeal, he's got a really normal prison life for the most part. And he was a serial killer. Like, I don't get it. Like, this is what gets me in it. That right there. How is that actual true punishment? We remove them from society to protect society. But how is him living a pretty normal prison life for the most part actually real punishment for the crimes? That's the whole thing right there for the death penalty. Like, that's where my two minds come in. True. And that's not, Liz, I agree. Organized religion was a way to manipulate the people for the people in power, in your home, in your opinion. And I kind of agree with that, Liz and Katie, I do. But I don't want to judge people that are in organized religion that are actually there trying to do the right thing. I don't believe that everybody that's in organized religion is not doing good. You know what I mean? I can't possibly think that. Yeah, Mandy, she loves the attention. Listen, no one is ever going to be able to argue with me that Gypsy Blanchard is not actually a disturbed and warped individual. She got some issues, and I can't believe that they're allowing her to be out there and peddle them. Like, this is just, yeah, she's going to be a dangerous individual. I truly believe she is. No, I agree that not having your liberty is a punishment. I just don't think it's stiff enough. They're comfortable and they're taken care of. That bothers me because they've extinguished life. BTK was a serial killer. Him not having his liberty is protection to society. Not exactly as harsh as it should be to him, is my point. Yes, not having your liberty, freedom is, especially here in America, like, boy, am I going to be I am going to be hung out to dry for saying that that's not stiff enough to be freedom. Because here in America, freedom is everything, right? Freedom to do what we want, freedom to say what we want, freedom to be who we want. Freedom. That's what our country was based on. However, denying him his freedom does not seem like a strong enough punishment. Denying him his liberty is a punishment. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's not. How is them not being able to experience being without their liberty a punishment? Oh, you're kind of agreeing with me. Okay, wait. But that's what I mean. Some people will say that him being locked up for life and losing his freedom, that's punishment enough. And I don't think so. And I'm not saying you're saying that, because now when I read your question, that's not what you're saying. And so thank you for clarifying that for me, Liam, because that's not what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, they're doing yoga and going to the library. Yeah, exactly. And it, and Liam, I especially from what I understand about the prison system in the UK, actual prisoners' rights is a huge issue, and they are treated really reasonable. Okay, to the point where here in America, sex offenders are in the same prisons but in separate units. Where in the UK, you have a whole separate Class C prison system for them to keep them all, separate so that they are protected in some way. And they have different rights and their freedoms. They are removed from society for their penalty for years at a time. There are stiff penalties. I know one statute where you get 8 years for the transfer of one illicit picture for a minor, or anything to do with the pornographic or enticement of a minor, or going against anybody without consent, trying to influence them in any way. 8 years. Okay. And there's no negotiation. Okay. The penalties are stiff, but the treatment is kind of fair. They're free to roam. They've got exercise. They're taking classes and getting educations. 3 square meals a day. I don't know. You wonder. Now that's not murder. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm just saying they get treated like, differently in America than in the UK. There's a a dignity and respect clause that is there, that they're required in communication with their loved ones at the expense of the prison. Yeah, Liz, they are. Yeah. Yeah. But the Mary and Juju kind of put it in a nutshell. Yeah. We don't have as much free land as you guys, so can't build mega structure prisons, more smaller establishments with different populations, more due to that. So it's due to the land constraints instead. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. That's a very good explanation of it. Thank you, Liam. You know. Okay, I just heard that the Trump verdict is in. Does anybody have any information on that? Because there's no way I'm ending this live to go check that out. But gosh, I really, really want to know. So if anybody has anything, let me know. But I heard that the verdict is in. Oh my goodness. Mm. I don't believe that that will be live. Okay, so we're going to hear that through the media, people, because there's no cameras in New York. Exactly, Juju. All the verdicts at the same time. What a day. Unbelievable. Even in lodge, there are different areas for protection of inmates, etc., plus white collar. Yes, there are. We have steps to our prison system. And like white collar crimes is a much lower. They're all like, it's based on the crimes and the population in on the security levels on how it goes up and the restrictions that are involved. So a white collar person will not be in the same prison section, or maybe not even the same prison. Most of our prisons are actually designated as either maximum security or medium security or light security. Like white collar crime would be down in light security. I mean, you stole some money or you defrauded someone, you're not exactly like that much of a threat. It's wrong, it's illegal, and you need to be punished. But society, you're not a murderer or a violent offender of any type. They only deliberated for 11 hours. Wow, that doesn't sound good for Trump. But then again, like I can't think either way on this one with that, because yeah, I've had feelings about that trial all along. If they came to a decision in one day, I doubt we have a hung jury. If they decide that they're hung after 11 hours, I would not be surprised if the judge doesn't send them back for more deliberation, like which he can do. There are no cameras in New York. It's just a little hick town with no technology. That's right, because I made an incomplete sentence. I should have said there are no cameras allowed in criminal proceedings in New York State. There you go. They have the technology. They just refuse to use it, Mark. They do. Just because New York is not hick. Like that's our most popular. That's the hippest, like in my opinion, the hippest city there is besides Los Angeles. Like it's New York City or Los Angeles. They are like cities. East Coast, West Coast. Yeah, I know. I don't. You know what? You bust my hump there, Mark. You make me better. You do. Like I should speak in actual formal complete sentences. It would be helpful for everyone to understand what I was saying, right? Oh, oh gosh. Yeah, she'll like I don't know what they're gonna see. Like I heard that people are live streaming it, but what are they gonna see? Hmm. No, the crime in the New York civil trial does not mandate criminal time served. It does not mean prison time. It's kind of white collar and everything. He could be on probation, but he will, if he does get convicted, it's going to be an issue and it's going to be an uproar. And right now, everybody just put good thoughts to America, because whatever that verdict is, it's going to be hellfire all over the country, like right now. Yeah, I get that, Liam, and I heard that on another YouTuber's channel. It's also just not. It's not just up to the judge, because prison time is not mandated. Getting a warden to agree to take him in the district and all the headaches involved. Exactly. The security alone that would be needed. Hmm. Yeah, I hear you, Mandy. There are bigger issues. Possibly a slap on the wrist. But the other thing that's going to come into play is that the judge still needs to go over the gag order violations. He chose to wait till after the trial to put the penalty and the sanctions on for that. And that does actually say that he could do prison time for that, although it wouldn't be very much. We'll see. Exactly. Money. Yeah, I get it. You know what, Mandy? I don't think the issue is just the paying off of a prostitute. It was the organizing of it because of a campaign, which it does have laws about it. Okay. The paying off of the prostitute is not exactly the breaking of the law, actually. And she wasn't a prostitute. Um, and the way that they did it, it was the conspiracy around it, and that it was actually done to influence an election, which is the problem. That has been the problem ongoing, and I think that's the angle that they were taking. I don't know. I don't, but just because he's not the only one doesn't mean it's not illegal. But I get your point, Mandy. I truly do. I really do. I'm getting notices. Can you hear my Discord going off because the Trump verdict has just been said also? I am getting notices all over the night. A prostitute. They're very funny there, Mark. What do you call a hooker with flatulence? A prostitute. Yeah. We'll make it livelier. I mean, we all have different political views in regards to that trial, but legally, legally, it's a child, and I just want to hear the verdict. I'm not going to gloat, and I'm not going to do anything else about it. I just want to see where they went with it. There's been issues with this trial all along. I kind of really feel for Judge Mershon. I think it's been difficult. I do believe that we've got a lot bigger issues, but I don't think that anybody gets a free ride. And unfortunately, it's the arrogance of that defendant that is making it necessary for trials to happen. In my personal opinion, I don't think I don't think any of them should get off. I'm not saying anybody gets a free pass. It's certainly not in this case either. It's always somebody always has to be first to prevent these things from happening. And I think hopefully if there is a verdict of some punishment or guilty, that it will send a message to all the others that are doing the same thing, Mandy, because I do agree with you that he's not the only one. He is not the only one that has done such a thing. He's not. And I think it should send a message to them all. Politics in general needs to be straightened out in this country. Not too many of them are doing awful, horrid things. Too many of them are disregarding the law outright, like they're entitled. Like, and I don't get it. We're supposed to be a country of law and order. Yeah. I remember that to Ron Brown's family mostly, right? Like O.J. Simpson, or no, Ron's name, Ron Goldberg or Goldstein, Gold something. Maybe it's just Ron Gold. The gentleman, his family, they did, and the Brown family for Nicole, they got the proceeds from the victims of the O.J. Simpson book about If I Did It, the civil lawsuit against. He couldn't profit from it. True, Liam. I see that so much. So many of our government officials only believe in law and order when they're applying it to other people, but not for themselves. The fact that the courts can actually just vote not to have a code of conduct against themselves tells you something. Goldman, thank you, Juju. Thank you so much. I really hate getting the names wrong, but I'm horrible with names. Absolutely. But I did remember his first name. But Ron Goldman, his family is. Yeah, I know, right, Mandy? He never did. Yeah. Yeah, he did. He hid out in Florida. He tried to hide his assets. You know, he did not end up with such a great life, OJ. Didn't he get arrested in Las Vegas for trying to sell fraudulent celebrity items or something like that? And didn't he also come up on an investigation of charges in regards to some like robbing of a facility, trying to organize it with a couple of thieves? And one of them just happened to be an undercover agent? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I hear you, Mandy. They've been saying that all along, though. It's like their favorite trope, like what they just say. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was, but there were other celebrity items too. And then he was trying to get some of his items back in Vegas. I don't know, but do you remember about the organized thievery? Like they were actually organizing, and one of them was an undercover cop. And the thing about the celebrity items is, in some cases, he was selling them. Like, and I know he was trying to get some of them back, but I don't think he was paying for them, Juju, is what it was. His sports trophies, yeah. I remember something like that. I do believe he did get charged, Liz. I'd have to look it up. Um 13 years after Simpson was acquitted, the former professional football player was convicted in court of in 2007 of robbery and a kidnapping incident in Las Vegas. Ooh. Okay. I'll just give you the wiki because like the facts are like here. We all remember like certain different parts of it. I don't want to give out any misinformation. There's the wiki, which isn't exactly fact, but neither is the Daily Mail. But I have found that the Daily Mail will usually at least give you the bones of something. But he was it was for stealing sports memorabilia at gunpoint and then serving 9 years in prison. He got 9 years. He and 5 other thieves stormed into a room 1203 at the Palace Station Hotel and stole sports memorabilia. Now, some of it could have been his. Yeah. All right. He was sent to jail for 33 years after he led a robbery in that Vegas hotel in 2007. There were some dealers there, sports memorabilia dealers that they harassed in this. Simpson claimed after the arrest he was getting back items stolen from him. The memorabilia included pieces taken and sold to cover the money owed to the Ronald Goldman family after Simpson was found civilly liable for his death, despite a criminal acquittal for the murders of his ex-wife Nicole and her friend Goldman. The civil trial found him guilty. He said that that's not memorabilia. It's personal artifacts that were stolen from him. I have every right. My football that I was holding in my arm when I rushed for 2,000 yards, the ring from my wife who died and was going to give to my daughter. He kept talking about a photo signed by J. Edgar Hoover, where Hoover said he was a big fan and a fine young man. He said that he could, by gunpoint, do this. Okay, but no. If they were his, he should have just sued him. Simpson was the one who devised the plan to get the items back, namely his Heisman Trophy and his wife Nicole's wedding ring and that football. They actually were there to act that they were going to actually buy the items back, but instead they presented a gun and robbed and kidnapped. The kidnapping part is because they held them there against their will. Yeah, it was his stuff. Like, that's what he's saying. But it doesn't matter. Exactly. If you have to use a gun, I don't know about every right to. Two wrongs don't make a right. Let's just say that. Yeah, I agree. He was an amazing football player, Mandy, but like I don't know about a great man. Well, mm. There are ways, and then there are ways. Yes, and depending on the way you choose, you may suffer more than the reward you seek. I think we all liked him till he killed people, Liz. You're not alone there. I'm going out on a limb here and saying not a great man. Yeah, I can say he was an excellent football player. I'm not so sure about a great man. I agree with you, Juju. Mark, I'm not even putting that up. You cornball. Now you're going crazy lately. Okay, play on words there. It is getting close to time. Some could be say about this trial. It's been pointed out by Claire and Chad. What? Liam, what did we put? What? They're nasty. They're okay. Oh, okay. I'm getting whoa. I just heard 3 guilties in the Trump trial. Wow. I don't have all the okay. There it is. It came back up. Okay, my signal is very, very low all of a sudden. Damn it. Do you see that? It's buffering. Ugh. Oh gosh, I gotta get this to come up better before I hold on. Let me just refresh and hopefully everything's gonna be okay. Okay, let me grab that shared screen again before they go on. Let's hope that did it. Oh. Checking my signal. My signal looks much better. Hopefully, guys. Okay. How do I sound? Is it clear? Is the image clear? I just dipped and came back for anybody that got a blip on their YouTube. Because my signal was down so damn low. I do believe that we're having some signal issues because of all of the activity that's going on. I'm going to have to close my the first 19 counts of the Trump indictment are all guilty. 20 through 23 guilty. 24 through 27 guilty. Guilty on all counts indicated. Wow. It's like seems to be the plan of the day. Guilty on all counts. Wow. That is something. Rocket, you got caught up? Yeah. Hopefully they're coming back soon. I just had to fix a little internet problem because my Discord is going crazy. My email's going crazy. My Twitter is going crazy as far as notifications. And here they're back. Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear them.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Is the sound good? Please tell me if the sound is good. You're the lucky charm, Rocket Couch. Thank you, guys. Okay, Chad is being seated. He's still wearing a ankle monitor. I can't wait for them to like handcuff him behind his back to lead him out.
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're heading into the sentencing phase for the death penalty with Judge Boyce in the jury. Listen. If they had a separate sentencing, we would. Like, you know, he could come back in prison clothes like Murdaugh did when we did that trial, Mark. But we're going to be going through this one pretty quick. I don't know if we do all of it now. But it sounds like we're going really quick. Yeah, he's already in custody. Yeah, but so was Murdaugh, Juju, and they cuffed him right at the defense table to escort him out. That's right. He's not convicted yet. They cuff him if he's convicted to lead him out. Absolutely. We may see him cuffed, Liam. You're right. We may. But wow, I'm going to have to be looking at that what's going on today. I don't think I'm going to be getting any sleep. But Mary, to answer you, was it Karen or Mary? Like someone answered me and said, did I get enough coffee today? For a day like today, there is not enough coffee in the world, but I've had plenty. I've had what I could. But I had to stop drinking it a little while ago because my stomach was getting very, very like uptight. My anxiety is peaked, so to say, and my stomach is rolling, like rolling. Anna, I just heard guilty on all counts in the Trump New York civil criminal case in regards to the checks to Stormy Daniel, and also it was election interference and influence peddling for election interference. In his actual working with the media, Pecker to be precise, really was probably the clinching factor. Because like Mandy said, it's not really illegal to pay someone not to say something. These deals are made all the time. But how he recorded it through the books was a problem. Here we go. Back to Daybell. Rob Wood does look rather chipper, Liz, as he should as lead prosecutor.
Here's our
running
president
this
count for you,
team.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, Shil. I just saw. I appreciate it. All counts.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict. Under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B, the court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also. And that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case. And that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
Wow. Okay, I'm just leaving him up in case he does like sometimes what he does, you know. I'm sure you guys can hear the Discord, everything going off. I'm sorry for all the beeps, the clicks, if they're coming through. But wow. Okay. The jury is still sequestered, which means they're going back to the hotel after court today. And they will start hearing evidence into why they, what the mitigating factors are, or why the defense feels there are none, tomorrow. And also there's impact statements that get heard. But the important thing to note is that only murder 1 and conspiracy are being sentenced in this proceeding. The actual rest of the charges will be done at a later date.
Preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase, and the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
I have no idea why that just repeated.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
But I'm
Anything
leaving
further
it
from the
there.
defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
and I'll
I'll
just
note
take it
that the
back down.
jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
That's what I think. It's behind.
All right.
But I'm going to leave it there to continue, Liam, just in case. Something happened. StreamYard's glitched a little bit here. But I'm bringing it down as soon as he goes black again. I'm looking to see if they actually handcuff Chad, but I can't tell. I see the judge. They're standing for the jury to leave. I just didn't. I think they cut off before they did, but I can see that the bailiffs are around him. All right, looks like they're going to cut it out before I get to see. They did. Okay, it's done. All right. That was that, huh? Okay. We are going to be back tomorrow at 8:30 in Idaho, which is 10:30 here. I'll start a little earlier as I usually do, a few minutes. Wow. Anna, at this point, I think he knows his life is over. He's either in jail for the rest of his life, but he's been in jail since he was arrested. But actually going to prison instead of county, where while there's proceedings going on that he is very, very different. Well, I guess that's it for today. Unless there's anything anybody wants to talk about, let me know. I'll shoot you the link. You can come up, or if you have questions in the chat, even afterwards, if there's anything that you want me to look up, research, or you want to talk about, please put your questions on the back of the video. I am going to go forward and timestamp this long video adequately so you can find the verdict, so you can find the sentencing instructions, so you can find the jury deliberation instruction number 42 that was added. I'm going to actually do it all. There's no intro, of course, for the beginning of this because we went live quick. And there will be another one for sentencing. It will be labeled the death penalty hearing because or death penalty phase, basically, so you could tell the two apart, but the dates will be different anyway. I thank you all for your patience, and for giving me your time and for keeping me company, and for your great contributions to the conversation. And that's what this is all about, coming to an understanding, and just to be able to freely talk about it with no judgment to others, and not to hold each other to task. I thank you all for the respect that you give the issues, for your consideration and time, and it makes it much more pleasant for me. And yes, Mark, I will definitely look that up. Mark would like me to look up the cost disparity between a life sentence and a death sentence. That would be great. I'm going to specifically focus on Idaho if I can. Or even nationally here in America. Okay. I'll do my best, Mark. If I don't have it for tomorrow, I will have it somehow, some way by the end of the proceedings. And if we're not live, I'll definitely post it on that community tab. Yes, Clockwork, we saw all 34 counts. Yeah, we saw that the jury came back with a guilty verdict. Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride tonight, Liam. I agree. Everybody checking it out. And I'm glad that, Liam, I just saw your comment that the clicks and all that binging wasn't coming through. That means my headphones work really well, hopefully. I will see everyone tomorrow. Also, how does or doesn't it affect the murder rate in different states? Very good, Liam. That's a very good thing because that's something we can discuss. Like, it looks like we're going to have some lively breaks and maybe even a good lunchtime chat. Also, I'll throw it out there. Anybody that wants to come and discuss this, the pros and cons and things like that, or any of this information during the lunch break tomorrow, it looks like we're going to have a full day of trial and hearing, hopefully. Or if not, I mean, if it happens early and they go to deliberations, maybe not. But if they do go to deliberations, I may stay up for a little while so that we can actually talk about it if you'd like. Yeah, it's a good question. Okay. Yeah, not binging. Rocket Couch is not binging because the call towers must be down. That's a prior joke for sure. I mean, like, when you get a notification from Discord or email or Twitter, like my computer system was going crazy while the Trump verdict was coming in. And also about this verdict, like people are just going crazy, like messaging me all over the place. And I can hear them through my headphones. And I was just worried that they were interfering with what the judge was saying, because I don't ever want to do that, Thank you all. Thank you all who were here. I'm going to end because I got some research to do. I want to check in on my loved one to see how I'm still waiting to see how the surgery outcome is. Like, if you could all please send some really, really good vibes for them for a really good outcome. It's a minor surgery. I don't think they're at a great risk, but it will affect their life afterwards on what they're able to do. And I do want the best absolute outcome that's possible. And I would appreciate all of your good wishes for it. I really would. So on that, I will see you all tomorrow. Like, when you come in, like, I could use all the orders you have. I really could. I really could. Because that was a ride. I agree with Juju. Damn, this has been a wild ride. Like, I can't believe I really had trouble holding my emotions in check. And I'm sure some of you did too. But justice for JJ, justice for Ty Lee, justice for Tammy. Like, that was incredible to hear. And I'm glad, as tiring every day as this was, as exasperating it is at times, to hear that, to see that, it's all worth it. That's my end comment on the whole thing. Y'all have a great night, and I will see you in the morning.